Hey, everybody. All right, that's all four tables. Okay. I clicked the wrong button on my stream deck. I only set up a couple of views here because we're basically going to play in a two-table view today when we play Jungleman. But unfortunately, Jungleman is running a little behind. So I'm going to start by warming up. I haven't played in a while. Well, since the last time I played Jungleman. So figure we should get some reps in. I grab your chat. Where did that go? It says that it's showing somewhere, but it's hiding. Thanks for your patience as I get set up. There it is. Here's your chat. Moonlight Master, holding it down. Thanks for being here. Topher Drew. Appreciate it. Hopefully there'll be some carnage. TD, let's go. Big D, let's go. RMX Indiana. Assuming you're coming from Indiana. Let's go. Welcome. Ryan, welcome. All right, so I'm going to start with some studying. Jungleman's running up about a half hour late, so we'll get started playing in a half hour from now. Moonlight Master says, I hope Jungle is going to stream today. I think he is. I need to turn off my notifications and or make sure nothing crazy is coming up in my calendar. All right. All right. Here we go. Thanks for your patience, everybody. So to recap, we've played and actually when we get to the two table view, which how's that going to look? There we go. You'll see that the results are on the bottom right, and I'll have the session results there as well. But for now, let's stick with this. Get everything organized. Thanks for your patience once again. So yeah, he's up about a little less than 4 buy-ins, 75K. And we've played about 1,800 hands out of 7,500. There have been some fun hands played. David, good to see you. Unsurrectionist, good to see you. Holland Oates, let's go. Yeah, there have been some fun hands. I mean, 4 buy-ins can happen in a day. I said on Twitter today that I'd like to win it, that I plan to win it all back today, which I do. But we can only do so much. So I am out of practice. I'm going to go with streak. I'm going to skip pre-flop because I don't care about pre-flop. And let's just play. Do I want to play single raise pots? Yeah, let's play some single raise pots from the big blind. Those are tougher for me than from the button and require more mixing. So let's see what kind of streak I can get going here. This could be a raise with the deuce. I'm going to go raise. All right, 2 in a row. Spam Roban. Yeah, we're starting. Well, the stream has started now that you're seeing this. We're going to start the match in a half hour. Moonlight Master in there responding much faster than I can. Tomas, good to see you. Assuming I'm saying that correctly. All right, facing a big C-bet on 7-4 deuce, two-tone. Hopefully you can't hear my 4-year-old son crying in the background. I'm sure he's okay. Yeah, Moonlight, thank you for clearing that up. Match is probably a little delayed. Yeah, we'll start at about 10 a.m. Pacific. We're on a 5-minute delay right now, so 10:05 for those of you who didn't want to do the math. I don't know about this one. Backdoor nut flush draw, I think, makes it a call. Yeah. Is it a call without a backdoor? It's a call still with a backdoor flush draw. Well, four high, it's mixing fold. Jack high, it's always calling. So a little stronger than I thought, but pretty close. I think this is a fold. Although with one of the jacks being a heart, it makes it a little better. All right, we're on a streak of 5. My longest, I mean, I haven't played this much lately, and I think it resets every so often. Longest streak is 8. We are at 5. This one's going to be a call. So we're going to be at 6. Hurrah, it's good to see you. This one I think is a fold. You have a double gutter, but it's such a draw heavy board. And the reason there are two reasons to not continue with this double gutter on a draw heavy board. The first is kind of the more practical one, which is when you turn a 7, you have the third nuts. When you turn the 3 of hearts, you have, the millionth nuts with that straight. A lot of turn cards are gonna, put you in really bad. Like even on an offsuit jack, how thrilled are you? On an offsuit ace, how thrilled are you to call a pot turn c bet? Certainly on like a 4 or 5, you're folding. It's just like you can be dominated by a lot of stuff, and playability is pretty poor. You can only turn the nuts on 3 cards. But the theoretical reason why you don't call with hands like this is because when so many draws are present, if you are calling with every draw this or better, then you're going to be calling too often. You have this or better, or a made hand that's worth calling too often. So then you end up over defending against a bet, which incentivizes checks. Spam Robin, spam. I'm gonna guess spam Robin. This is jungle late due to makeup and costume issues. I hope so. Hi from Paris says, oh, you guys are chatting fast. I'm glad to see a lot of you here. Bowlingal. Hello back at ya. A lot of good luck wishes. I guess I'm going to keep up with the practice. So I want to get through some other spots. This is going to be a call. I know that much. And we are at our previous high of 8 in a row, correct? We're going to get 9 because this is certainly a fold. I think this is a fold. This seems a little bit close on a rainbow board. Yeah, so it is a fold, but as you can see here, 22% call. My hand actually is a call, but the category of hand is a fold, which is what it grades you on, which I played a part in that decision because it gets too tilting when you break streaks like this for a hand that's mostly supposed to fold because your exact combo calls. Jen's asked, can you node lock Envision? No, you cannot node lock Envision. It's got the sims preloaded so that you don't have to do them, which is great because it works really fast and can feed you spots like this really fast, and you can look up spots really fast. But you cannot node lock because you're not running your own sims. Got to be a call here. We're up to 12. Richie Rob, I guess you're going to have heard by now, but our delay is 5 minutes. I'm going to call. Yeah. I'm gonna go with fold on this board. I'm really unsure. I'm gonna call. Whew. Okay, rusty. It's pure call. Do I call? Well, it's pure call. I mean, I had the worst combo of ace 10, 9, 4 because I had no relevant suits. That's a call, so it's hard to compare it to something else. Let's just move on. A lot of times when I'm unsure and I make a call, I like to see how close I was by checking like the next pip down. But in that case, like with a little bit weaker suit, you saw me do it earlier with the ace jack 3-4 with spades. Scotty Yo asked, do you think it's easy to be losing even as a better player and only 7,500 hands? Definitely. Yeah, there's a lot of variance involved. And a 7,500 hand sample is not huge. It's not tiny, but it's not huge. I think it's going to be a call. We do looks like we mix in 9% raises. I don't do that unless I have like a particular read on somebody that makes me want to do that. Rick Dovey says, Phil, set up super chats so I can show support. I can't talk today. I woke up a little too late. I assume that means tips and something. Um, I appreciate that. I don't want to collect tips, I think. I just want you guys to hang out and have fun. I'm going to fold this. Okay, good. Would it have been a call with two backdoor flush draws? No. So I was kind of wrong that it was close. That's what I mean about checking the next pip. Steven says, good luck. Andy Mitch, thank you both for the good luck wishes. Thank you, everybody. A lot of support in here. I guess actually, so last time I streamed, I had, against Jungle, I had subscriber only chat, and it was a little slower. And this time I turned it on everybody. I mean, it is free to subscribe, by the way, but just because, especially the reason I had it on was that while I'm playing him, I'm not able to talk that much anyways. This could be a call or a raise. Let's go raise. Well, that's too bad. So my hand raises 30% of the time. This category raises 39% of the time. So not a mistake, but it does end my streak at 21, which I'm pretty happy with. Let's go to flop play in 3-bet pots. So this is checked me in a 3-bet pot. I'm going to be betting. Facing a bet in 3-bet pot, easy call. David Cook, you're very welcome. So, oh, I forget you guys can't see the chat. David says, thank you for streaming, Phil. Love the content and so thankful for you. I really appreciate that. And I enjoy streaming when I have something to stream. That's the problem. I would actually like to stream more often, but only when it doubles as work of some other kind. So when I have games to play like this summer, I'm sure I'll stream some World Series of Poker online events. And when I have a match like this, playing 100, 200, then, you know, I'm excited to stream. I guess I'm going to, I mean, this is a weird spot, but I think I'm going to fold. I think I have a lot better hands to continue with. Interesting. Finding 42 folds against this. I guess I was bluffing a lot when I small bet, so fold all my bluffs and then like Jack 7-3. I don't know. I mean, it seems like almost, without a suit you can mix fold, so it's like break even ish, but with a suit it's not. But anyways, yeah, I'd like to have more things to stream. I've been wanting to find more challenges, but here in Nevada, playing on WSOP.com, I have a limited player pool to play against, and I'm not getting many takers. Their call. Yeah, so Vision raises 6% on this board. I guess I probably raise like 3%. You don't need a raising range. I think it's fine to have no raising range. And basically, I have no raising range unless I have a strong reason to raise that's like player specific. Interesting that this is a fold. So we are way overfolding. So the third pot, we're folding 49% of the time, which is a big overfold. But that's because the 3-better's range is so strong that there's kind of like, and our weaker hands are drawing so dead. And so not only is his range strong, but even when we're ahead with a hand like this or like pocket tens, he gets to barrel so much because he leverages the strong portion of his range, which like he has all the ace and more of the ace king and more of the king x anyways, and much more of the ace x. So the way that this spot works is you do overfold because by calling correctly in theory to make him break even on his bluffs, you just bleed money. So like he's just supposed to win with his bluffs here. It's just how the spot works. I didn't think we'd fold an ace. And as you can see, if we scroll down, even if I had a backdoor flush draw, I'd mostly be calling. If I had a nut backdoor flush draw, I'd always be calling. So I was close, but yeah, that's why that spot looks a little bit extreme. And that's why it's important not to take the same general vague heuristics across all board types, because if you're just like, well, on a paired board, if I have either of the cards I call, and then if I have a pocket pair that's, you know, certain like level or higher, I call, because then when it switches to a board that you're just wrecked on like that, your thresholds are all off. So against check raise, could call. I think call makes sense. I like having the ace. Okay, it looks like it's just mixing almost 50-50. I like having the ace because Well, I don't know if Solver's going to bluff on that because like he shouldn't be check raising a lot of ace ace. Um, I don't know how I feel honestly. Maybe I like raising more in practice. This seems like a call. Could raise it, yeah. So it's close. So with the Jack of Hearts, it never folds and it raises 23%. Without the Jack of Hearts, it starts folding a lot more. That is not because the Jack of Hearts blocker is so valuable. It's because you can turn the nuts then on only one card instead of two. So that's the difference. Clay Vision asks, is PLO higher variance or lower variance than most other forms of poker? It depends how you define it. It's higher variance than no limit hold'em, but the way I always like to put it is that when you're playing 100, 200 PLO, as we are, you're really just playing. It's just a bigger game than 100, 200 no limit hold'em. So the win rates are bigger, achievable win rates are bigger, average pot size is bigger, variance as a result is bigger. So if you imagine it like you're playing 200, 400 no limit rather than 100, 200 no limit, then things are kind of more in proportion. It's somewhere in between, I think, like 1.5 and 2 times the stakes. That's how I'd consider it. Hello, hello. Chris Sigmund asks, Phil, how do you balance aggressive play with protecting your stack? In the match so far, I've seen a lot more small ball than very aggressive play. Yeah, the way that the way that a lot of poker works in theory, but PLO, the thing about PLO is once you start betting big, I'm struggling because I'm trying to generalize and make a simple point, but there are a lot of different scenarios that could play out. So, in a lot of spots, once you bet big, you kind of have defined your value range as mostly this type of hand. So let's say, for example, it's a 3-bet pot, and he checks to me on 10-9-8, and I pot. Well, now I'm saying I have Queen Jack. Like Queen Jack is most of my value range, and so I no longer have 6-7 in my value range. That's too thin to start potting on the flop and go for multiple streets. Jack 7 with a redraw, maybe top set with a redraw, sure, that's in there kind of for balance. But I'm mostly saying I have exactly Queen Jack, and if I were to try to execute that strategy and use pot as my sizing there, I would need to put so much Queen Jack in that range and so much less other stuff that when the board changes after I pot, I have really poor board coverage. And what I mean by that is, I'm not going to turn as many flushes. I'm not going to turn as many boats. And then my checking range is not going to have any nuts in it, which is not a huge deal. But then if I want to small bet some, like I have to put some nuts in there. And so then I'm not betting big very often. Basically, the way it works in theory is the smaller you bet, you get to bet a more blended range. And then it gives you more board coverage. It allows you to see how they react before you put in more money on future streets. It just allows a lot more balance. And so it ends up being kind of how it works in a lot of spots. In Hold'em, it's kind of like this, but less so because there are more spots, where you can have a bunch of different value hands once you start going big. And the nature of the board changing, it's just not as big a deal in Hold'em because when the nuts change in PLO, and you were repping the nuts on the flop, you have a lot less of the nuts on the turn, and your opponent actually has the nuts, or the new hand category, let's call it. It goes from straight to a flush board. Your opponent has a flush a lot of the time. In Hold'em, they don't have a flush that much of the time, so you can still go for value. They can't apply as much pressure. They can't put you in such a tough spot if they know that you rarely have the flush, because they rarely have the flush. So hopefully that's helpful. Flying Ape, so you raise, but what do you do if he re-raises? I hope you're still on this hand. I did talk for a while. So here, if you raise, you would raise fold against a re-raise. I don't remember the other hands I played, so hopefully you're talking about that one. Don't do much slow playing here in position. I don't think you check back any sets, maybe with the exception of so 2%. If you have 9-9-8, now we're checking back 25% of the time. But even 8-8-9, you probably don't even check that. Yeah, 14%. So unless you really crush the board, you just don't slow play much when check 2 in a 3-bet pot in PLO. Amir, no, I don't play 5-card PLO because I don't really have access to games where it's being played. But it seems to be really popular, and so I'd like to learn it in large part so I could teach it. This I could see being a bet, but I think it's not. Maybe with the deuce of hearts. Okay, so it does want to bet. It also wants to bet with the heart, but actually likes betting more with three spades. All right. Once I do, get your questions in now, because once I get going, it's going to be hard to answer questions because I'll be two-tabling heads up against a really tough opponent. Tom Smith says, I've never seen this. This is a nice tool. Yeah, this is Vision GTO Trainer. You can get at, is this showing? It's at runatonce.com/vision. Yeah, Streak is really fun and easy, an easy way to hop into studying, but you can also then go into any individual spot and I'm gonna lose my streak, maybe. Yeah. So you can, well, you can pick, heads up, you can pick 5-card PLO for the, whoever just asked. Amir just asked about 5-card PLO. You pick your game type, and then you can select like single raise pot, 3-bet pot, 4-bet pot. You pick your board. This is rainbow. You could have put it on single suited. And now you can see that the out of positions range does this, and you can check any individual hand. Like, what do my king 10, what do my ace king 10 hands do? And you can get more specific if you want to and enter all 4 cards, etc. And then practice is kind of like this. It's kind of like Streak, but there's no, you define exactly what you want to practice against. So on Streak, I'm saying like, oh, I want to see in position spots on the flop. And then I want you to keep track of my streak, and there's a leaderboard and all these things. But here, practice, I could say, I want to specifically see that when I get check raised on the turn in a single raise pot on a paired board, for example. But in Streak, I mean, I assume this is not on a leaderboard yet. But if we look at, man, Izzy's always top in the leaderboard. He's a crusher. So if I look at like flop play, single raise pots, the big blind, yeah. So I'm 4th. I don't get a trophy yet. And there you get leaderboard points if you get top 3 spots. And then, as you can see, first place overall on any monthly leaderboard wins a free month of Vision. And first place, yeah, okay, still same thing. Anyways, actually, let's see how I did all time. I'm not anywhere up here. Oh, yeah. So I think what happens is, even though it says all time, oh, I don't hold any all time records anymore. I used to have trophies, but they've been beaten by now. So this is just, I mean, as you can see, Izzy has all of he has 16 first places. Nobody else has more than 1. Here's 4. Here's 2. That's it. He's got them all. So he's crushing. All right, back to, let's do some 3-bet pot play from the big blind. So now I bet and get raised. I'm not going to fold. I don't know if it's a call or a jam. It's just a jam. We're too short. That's a mistake. All right, let's see some questions before I can no longer answer any questions. John says breaking down hands from past using visions would be a good stream idea, and doubles as work in promo. Yeah, that's true. So I did a strategy breakdown of earlier hands against Jungleman from our match previously, and you can see it at, where is it? Well, I know it's, so if you're a subscriber to my newsletter, which just started going out, this one, so I just yesterday had my first newsletter, I don't know, and I was told to change the background. But otherwise, good feedback. So here, if you go here and you're a subscriber, you can then access the replay where I did actually do just that. I looked at the hands that, some of the hands that Jungleman and I played, and ran them through Vision and talked about kind of more in-depth strategy than I'm able to on an actual live stream like this. And there was no delay, and it was fun. Jordan says, hi, Phil, love your content and the way you approach making videos. Keep it up. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Let's see. Ryan Sayers, hi, Phil, have you played much short deck, and what do you think the future looks like for it? I have not played much short deck. Honestly, I've played probably 20 hands as part of a mixed game rotation. And, I've watched short deck training videos before, but it's kind of hard to say. A lot of times new games come out, and there's a lot of action, and they're kind of a fad because nobody's figured them out yet, and then people figure them out, and the action dies. But short deck has had more longevity than a lot of those kind of, I would call, carnival games. Um, and so I think it's here to stay. It's just a question of, whether it could possibly replace, like, become a top contender. I think for anything to dethrone No Limit Hold'em, just original, it would take so much because, poker, the effect of that, first of all, Hold'em's a simple game to learn, which is really important. But second of all, the effect of that being on like everybody's TV from 2003 to 2010, 2011 when Black Friday happened, and it left TV for a while. But it was just everywhere on TV. It was huge. And that has impacted all the players, which then impacts, tournament prize pools and number of players that show up for each type of tournament. And then that becomes televised again. And now we're seeing more streams come back and things. And because of YouTube and Twitch and things like that, there's a lot more poker being shown than there was, say, 6 years ago. And it's still mostly Hold'em. So I think just to overcome the fact that so many viewers are watching Hold'em, it's going to take a lot. TD says, Jungle looking for a hotel room again? I don't know, to be honest. Santa, do I ever play games with multiple boards? No. I mean, again, I've played, a handful of hands of those, but I haven't. Play Vision, you're very welcome. PLO8. Okay, that was for somebody else. But I have played a lot of PLO8. Want a bracelet in PLO8. But I mean, a lot of luck involved in that. Do you think you'd have more of an edge heads up live over Jungle? Did you still have a load of live tells that I mentioned in the past? Honestly, no. I mean, Jungleman's played a lot more live poker than me, and I haven't played that much live with him. So I don't. If he's giving off a lot of tells, I don't know what they are. I think people like to pretend that he's giving off tells because it tilts him. To be perfectly honest. Does practicing MQ asked, does practicing Omaha like this help with no limit play any? Yes, but not nearly as much as practicing No Limit Hold'em. Any poker that you study is going to teach you poker concepts that carry over to other poker games, but you'd still be best off studying the exact game that you're looking to play. Okay. D-Clown, I'm going to sign off on the computer and watch on TV. Cool. Cool. I like watching YouTube on TV. A pale Apelex Pex? Probably wrong. Hey, Phil, this tool can be used by subscribing monthly to your training site. Yeah, this is a specific tool on Run It Once. So I think I have to. So if I'm not logged in, it's a separate service from videos. So here it's a monthly plan here, but then also for our regular videos, our regular memberships are separate. So this is like Elite Essential. These are our basic like standard video plans, and then Vision is separate. And there are a whole lot of different Vision plans because 4-card, 5-card. Do you want both? Do you want neither? Then of course courses are all. So it's not like included with one of the video memberships, but it's available for monthly subscription. Yes. And you can just try it for a month and stop trying it if you don't like it. But I find it's how I study mostly for PLO. A lot of good luck wishes. Thank you all. All right, so I am going to get going because my time it's almost 10. Your time it's not. Let's maybe not have you watch me log in. Could you hear my password? All right, so we're going to be playing 1020. Close Vision, and I'm going to switch to 2 tables. I just have to reference my. Oh, I forgot to let people know on Instagram that we're live. Okay. But I had it locked and loaded, so don't need to waste any time there. All right, yeah, so we'll. Does it matter if we're a deep or regular? I guess doesn't, but whatever. Okay. Is that lined up correctly? It is. Great. All right. And now we wait for the man, the myth, legend, Daniel Jungleman Cates. Moonlight Master, thanks for the link there. Drew says my name. I have a typo in my newsletter. I can't fix it now. Let me. Actually, maybe I can. How has nobody pointed that out to me yet? So he says when my newsletter goes out, there's no L. Oh. A10 Poker, thanks for the kind words. I don't see. Oh, I see where you're talking about it. Yeah. Up here. Phil Galfond. I've seen my name misspelled a lot of ways. I've actually never seen it misspelled that way. All right. Settings. There we go. Full name. Phil Galfond. It went out to, 1,000 people and nobody let me know. So thank you. Now if we go back to here, is it fixed? There we go. Look at that. We're solving. That's exactly what I'm talking about. Doubling a stream as productive activity. So we did it. Oops. All right, Jungleman is 1 man late. I feel like I might have, did I say 1 minute late or 1 man late? I feel like I might have said 1 man late. I'm pretty out of it today, to be perfectly honest with you. It was one of those actually slept like 10 hours. I slept too much. Woke up really groggy. Usually that happens when I need to catch up on sleep. But it's weird, like I'll sleep, have a bad night of sleep, feel great. Another bad night of sleep, feel great. And then a great night of sleep and feel bad. Let's put cool. All right. And so yeah, I need to update properties. Update the total as the day goes on. Right now it says even, as you can see, all the way over there. Pretty far. I can't reach to all the way there. And I'm going to adjust that as the day goes on, very roughly. It's not going to be an exact count. Do I have any intent? Kelvin asks if I have any intention to venture in the 5-card PLO streets in the future. I don't. I kind of said earlier, I want to in large part because I want to be able to teach. But there are not. I don't travel, so I stay here in Vegas, and I shouldn't say I don't travel at all. I don't travel much. My son's in preschool, and my wife's here, and it's just we have family here and a lot of friends here. I don't any longer want to go head to Canada for 6 months to play online poker elsewhere. So there are not a lot of great options for me right now. Uh, how do I pronounce this? Shekwi. Heard your passwords. Crush Jungle 123. I typed it too loud. Shlomi asks, if I watch all of your YouTube material, will I be able to beat you? Heads up. Technically, yeah. Um, on an individual day. So yes, if you watch all my YouTube material, you'd be able to beat me. Heads up. And Jungle just tweeted he's about to stream. All right, that's good news. So Jungleman will be sitting soon. Bum, bum, bum. What are your thoughts on Vision not having EV shown decisions? I mean, it'd be better if we had EV shown. The process of getting sims from Monker Solver into Vision is actually extremely cumbersome. Monker Solver is a very useful program, but is very clunky. And unfortunately, in order to, well, anytime if you add EVs to the Sims across multiple streets, it increases the sizes of the Sims and the time it takes to run them significantly. But then also there's the issue of exporting all of that data, which I actually don't even know if we could automate in the same way we do exporting the other stuff. So we don't do it because it's not practical right now, but it's something I'd love to get in the future. Moonlight Master, do we have a chat command? Do we have any chat commands? Do we have a chat command for newsletter? He put it up here. Just saw somebody ask again how I subscribe to the newsletter. Jungle's combing his hair, says Bedini. Are these tables raked? Yes, they are. And Jungleman's having some technical issues. Trying to help him troubleshoot. Andrew Morales says, "Oh, sick! A newsletter just joined. I hope you enjoy it. I just officially launched it yesterday." Do you French asks who is leading so far. So in the bottom, sorry, this is hard for me. In the bottom right corner of my overlay, the results for today, Jungleman is up 74,000 or so. Again, these are 1020 tables, but we're 10x cross booking, so it's a 100 200. So that is a little under 4 buy-ins, and you'll see above that, up there, I'll attempt while I'm playing to update the results during the session, rounded to 10K or so. Against the State says, who needs sleep? Just pop a modafinil. I actually tried that once. Do not recommend. Basically, so modafinil is a drug that I don't know if it's was developed for this purpose, but I know that like fighter pilots use it when they have to just be awake for extremely long periods of time. Um, it it made me feel like I had slept from a an energy and happiness perspective, but then I was still really dumb. So like I tried taking it once when I was like had been awake a long time, and yeah, I felt better emotionally, physically and emotionally, but I was just as dumb as, not having slept. And then I couldn't sleep for another like 36 hours. It was terrible. So I wasn't a fan. But I can see how if you're doing like more routine or physical, I mean, being a fighter pilot is more than just physical, I know. Um, but you do have kind of your training to fall back on. And in poker, you do, but it's just like a lot of high level problem solving, like calculating. So it's different than just like reacting. It's different than reacting. Steve asked if I missed my slide. I do kind of, yeah. Derek Wong says, "Wish we could have watched you stream poker in 2007. Those were the days, weren't they?" So Jungle is Roy G asked when Jungle's arriving. He is ready to play. He's saying he's having trouble with the WSOP software. So we wait. Uh, Alicia asks when did I officially move to Vegas? So I spent I always spent my summers here since the time I was 21. So I'm 38. Since the time I was 21, I'd spend 2 months every year here, at least 2 to 3 months. And so sometime in my mid 20s, I got an apartment out here that I rented year round, but I would use, 3 months, 3 to 4 months a year. And in 2013 ish, the apartment I was renting, the building kicked me out because they were selling my unit to somebody. So I was going to look for a new apartment, and then I was just like, real estate, at the time was relatively cheap here. I should just buy a home instead. And I mean, I looked at buying apartments, then I looked at buying homes, and I bought a home that was a new build, and so it took a couple years to build. And I moved in with Farah, my wife, in May of 2015, and we actually got married the day after we closed on the house, which was in our backyard. So it was pretty stressful. We were obviously supposed to close months before, but it all worked out. And my intention was still to mostly be in Canada, but after we settled in, Farah kept in like casual conversation with friends, kept telling people, "Yeah, we just love it here. We're just gonna stay here." And so I was like, "Well, I don't know. I guess she's pretty happy here." So we ended up spending more time here. I mean, we still spent some time out of the country for me to play online, but this became kind of home base. I was thinking it would still be kind of a 3 4 month a year thing, and home base would be elsewhere, but it kind of went the other way around. And as of probably, well, I mean, 2018, 2019, I forget what year I stopped renting an apartment in Vancouver, and would just go out there with occasionally like Airbnbing. And then so in 2020 was the last time I went there, and I was there for 5 months to play the Galfond challenges. But since then, just really been here. No extended trips anywhere else. Raheem, Phil, how much studying did you do in the last week to prepare for these sessions? I did not study at all. I'm definitely very rusty. We studied at the start of the stream, but I don't think Jungleman's been studying for this match too much either. So I might be wrong about that actually, but But I don't know. Heads Up PLO is all I've played basically for 3.5 years. So this it comes even when I'm not studying, I'm gonna play decent. Jonas asks, "Do you believe that poker as a game is mathematically solvable, or is it more of a game of feel?" It is solvable mathematically and has been solved basically for all intents and purposes. But in practice, you need to. I don't know if I would call it feel. Feel is one way to do it, but it's also just logic. Um, you have to be able to think your way through a hand as a human because if you just try to memorize solver strategy, like as much as I study with vision, like I was showing at the top of the stream, you just need you need to take from it a an actual like human thought process so that you can apply it in game. Jungleman is here. We're gonna refill our water, and that is really loud. I don't know if you could hear the beep because I have a sound filter on, but I need to turn my volume down. Okay, let's go. So as I mentioned, maybe um, I am not going to be seeing chat as often as ooh, we got the min 3-bet. I'm not going to be seeing chat like I would in well, like I was before we started playing. Uh, the first session we streamed, I focused a little too much on chat and played a little poorly. So I am going to focus on the match. But I encourage you all to keep chatting with each other, and I will check in from time to time. Uh, that's a close one. All right, so now I'm going to stop chatting and just play some poker. I will share my thoughts as I go here and there, but probably won't be, it's not going to be like training video. So could start betting here. I'm going to go with check. And I will be bluffing later here. I mean, I'm going to show down queens and probably lose. Okay. Actually going to wait one more street. Um, and I might even raise the river. 90. He's like, if he had bet smaller, I'd feel better about it. I'll just be a nit. All right, we're starting off nitty, guys. It's funny how, like, I think the first hour is going to be shaking off rust, not of understanding the game, but just the routine of playing. It's just different than thinking about the game and talking about the game and reviewing hands. The act of actually doing all of that thinking while you're clicking all the buttons. Let's keep his weaker backdoor flush draws in, etc. Interesting. I forget what sizing we're going with. Might call here. 6-4, 7-4. No, I'm not going to. And actually, I'm not even sure about that. Decision to bet. But let's move on and let's shake off the rust and play well. Easy fold. Need like king four or better to keep calling there. Obviously, some hands with draws work as well. I'm just going to call here. Hmm. I mean, I'm not going to bluff queen nine. Cool. He checks ace ace queen. He's not really supposed to check anything. Not sure what to make of that. He could have bluffed king 4-4 there. It's also not strange not to. Pot probing turn. Queens on their own are pretty thin on this board, but with the gut shot and the flush draw, it's a good value bet. And now, interesting. I'm going to call over here just because I want to see his weirdly played hand, but that's kind of what it looks like. I'm going to check and so like when I pot this turn, I look a lot like 10-8 or 10-5. And so I think he's going to turn a lot of stuff into bluffs. The only question is, do I want to check raise? Because it's a very awkward, like to check pot here, blocking the jack of diamonds is not great, but I kind of liked, I don't know how to put it. I kind of liked the spot for that. He actually had 5 deuce, so he was not going to turn that into a bluff. Okay, I think this is probably a fold, although I have 4 outs. Not a lot of hands do. I don't know about that turn call. I will fold over here. I'm going to bet something. I'm going to bet small, though. Big bet and small bet are both okay here. But you do a lot of small betting here because I'm leveraging the flop sets, the flop 2 pair and stuff that he is not checking back as often. And then we both, make straights, obviously. 8 deuce deuce. I don't think we're folding this. Start with a call. So we could start bluffing. We have some outs to keep bluffing on or potentially hit. I don't think Jungleman, he's just not the type to check fold queens on the turn. No. I'm going to showdown and lose, but it's kind of, it's a reasonable bluff on the river for sure. I mix half pot and pot on the right table. And this hand actually usually goes into my potting range, but Jungle likes to get spicy, and I kind of want to give him the opportunity to get spicy. But the more we play, the more I have to kind of revert to default strategies and stuff. Could bet, could check. Let's start the check. And this is one of those weird spots where I like have to bluff, but I don't think he's gonna fold often enough. But we're gonna go for it, and definitely gonna bet both streets and hope for the best. But I just don't think he folds often enough, as I said. Here we're gonna pot. And this is going to not work for 1,000. Or, I mean, 10,000, 11,000. Oh, hey. That's why you do it anyway. The reason I say, actually, you know what? That's something for a strategy stream some other time. Um, so this hand could pot, could check. I only pot on Jack 5 deuce rainbow as a sizing. Um, weird. Not sure what to do here. I have small and big. Checks back raise. I mean, I'm jamming Jack 7 5, but I wonder what he has. He's like turn to big draw, or I mean, he's got some bluffs, but actually on board this draw, I kind of feel like he's going with it. Yeah. Okay. It's unfortunate. Same hand, but he got there. His play makes sense, obviously. I mean, he played his hand incredibly standard. I don't think there's a sense in me not jamming turn. It's just too, like, the SPR is too shallow to be like, it's not a trap, but it's more like if he was value raising, I'm not in amazing shape. And if he's bluff raising, you know, whatever. This is a weird one. I might just rip because it's pretty awkward to play otherwise. I'm obviously like, if he goes with it, I'm pretty unhappy, but he's got some like hands that I beat. Oof, that's got me in bad shape. He's got some hands that I beat that are going with it, and it's just like I have a lot of types of equity, but it's going to get awkward on turns and rivers. But we are off to a bad start right away, so that's about 42K down. So let's update our. We'll just call it 40,000, and then we'll turn this red. Whoops, hold on. How's that look? Fine. Let's adjust it again. I'm a little too picky about some things, but let's play these hands first. So he limped on the left table. That's interesting. Let's go with a prettier red. Check. Call. Do I pot here or do I check? I pot. Got a call here with the under straight and two pair. Does that look a little better? There we go. Weird. I mean, I have much better hands to call. All right, let's get to work, ladies and gentlemen. Nine nine eight is interesting here. I think it's probably a fold. I think so. On the if it were rainbow, it would never be a fold. but with a flush draw out, it's a little ugly. I haven't even noticed when he's limped. So I need to be paying more attention. I think it's, again, like the rust showing. Uh, let's raise this one, and actually let's raise both. Check this back. For some reason, I sensed exactly this happening. Couldn't quite put my finger on it, but I just fold now. He gets to win whatever he had. It's not really a spot I get to rep much by three betting. So showdown jacks, beat nines, raise it up here. So he's limping a reasonable frequency, which means that I have to adjust my three betting range. Meaning I have to three bet less. I should maybe bet small there again. Right hand very standard. Jungle actually recently released a video, a PLO video. He's playing 501k. He's playing two tables. One is 200, 400, 800, and the other PLO, and the other is 501k PLO. On runatonce.com. I did not actually get a chance to watch it. I'm going to watch it tonight, though, to prepare for tomorrow. I'm going to try to keep an eye on how much he's limping, whether it's like, yeah, I actually have to adjust my calling ranges too. I don't have stats to track here, but I just want to keep an eye on things to know whether my, if my preflop adjustments will be, I want them roughly in the right ballpark. This hand could almost be a three bet, but not against a limper. Easy fold here. Um, let's start going for this on the left. It's actually not a great two street hand, but it's a good one street. Right table, it's not a great, how do I put it? It's not an amazing bluff spot on the turn just because he's check calling so much like hands that have me drawing dead. So many hands that have me drawing dead, I should say. Left table, I should maybe bet the river, but it's kind of whatever. Right table, let's fold. Let's check call here. And also, I want to keep an eye on the hands that he's showing down when he limps. Um, Very standard limping hand from him last time. King 7-3-4, suited to the 4. Standard stuff. It's funny that almost all the pots we played are small, and then we just had a couple big ones. Not folding 6-4. Could raise, could call. I go with raise. Hmm. Let's go small. You could have a big sizing and a small sizing here. It's kind of... Actually, don't really like my bet. I think I mostly want a big sizing. If I have a set, I just want to go big, big. Queen 10-10-7. Just gonna pot here and hope that he has like 9-9-10. I guess I'm checking, and I have a small chance of winning, but very small. He needs like ace ace 6-4. That's chop. Ace ace 5-4. King king 10 backdoor, something like that. Yeah, cool. Oh no, I thought I won. I thought he had ace ace 5. Ace ace 10-5. He was thinking of turning it into a bluff. I was not going to get that to fold on the turn, certainly. Um, I don't know. I don't love my turn pot, or sorry, my turn small bet, because I don't know if I want many small bets there. But happy with my flop check raise. Here's an interesting one. Weird. So he's going to have a jack, something like, well, okay. So just trying to work out the math on how thin I get to go across 3 streets, or rather, how big I get to go across 3 streets. We're down another 10K. Left table could bet, could check, obviously. Not a great spot here on the river on the left anymore when he pots, but whatever. I'm gonna call, obviously. Yeah, cool. So on the right table, he's actually kind of repping better than my hand, but I mean, I'm not folding king 6 on a rainbow board. Big on the turn. He's not going to bet king 10 here. That's maybe. Five, seven. Is he going to bet sets? That's kind of the major question. 5, 7, 9, 7. Queen, Jack, 9. What is he like? 6, Queen, Jack, 9. What does he have? I guess a lot of sets make sense actually. And set with one blocker is still betting, so I'm gonna lay that down. This is kind of strange. Why don't I believe him? So what is he repping? Ace. Just some random 8, I guess. Ace, Queen, 5. Yeah. What is he bluffing with though? I have 6, 6, 7. I kind of don't believe him, but I have the worst calling hand in the deck, so he can win that one. This is close between whether I should bluff or just show it down. I'm gonna show it down and probably lose, but yeah. Maybe I'm playing a little too nitty. I think I'll just pot pot. 7, 7, 6, 5 here. I think it's just a check and probably check call. Now it's just a bet. That's a bluff. It is. I mean, so like that's not. Is that a call in theory? I don't think that's a call in theory. With the second nut straight, although he's blocking straights, which is useful. He's blocking a pair, which is useful. I kind of like bluffing here with the 4. I actually think like 6, 4 is a lot of his check call range. I'm gonna give up here with the 4 now, and then bet on the. Am I? So hard for me to have air here. Yeah. I made the wrong decision on both tables. Well, he made the right decision, I should say, on the right table. But it would have bluff would have worked on the left. Hits keep coming. Every session I've started against him, I think I've started down. This is it's hard to get your way out of a few buy-in hole. Checking range on the left. Right table as him, I would be betting range. Betting my full range, that is. Oh, you know what? This was different than I thought. But I thought I 3-bet on the left, but it was limp raise. I don't think there's any sense in raising here. He had nada. Can't blame him for the turn bet. He had some outs. Threes and fours. So left table's weird. This is a kind of hand that I think likes to bet for future blocker reasons. Even though it's like a weird hand to bluff with now. Right table, I'm going to start by betting. The 3 and the 7 are good blockers. Even though I think he's going to be kind of check cally. And now I have a very awkward amount of equity on the right. So like really good blockers to bet, but then am I bet folding this? Bet calling 720. It's weird. Uh, weird hand now with queens. He shouldn't be big betting this river very often. I'm kind of repping king 10. Bizarre. I mean, I'm not going to call with a 9. Um, what does he have that I beat? 7, 9, 8? Might just show that down even. I don't know. Hmm. Okay, bet small with my full range. This I raised a limp, I think. Sorry, I'm getting distracted. This is actually like a reasonable weird bluff. I think I'm going to go for. This is a fold. I think if you bluff with this, you might check the river. I'm not sure. Because there's like an outside chance that I win. Oh, 8-6. Oof. Could have one against that on the river, but makes sense. Yeah, I mean, he has to call turn with hearts. And I guess he has a jack. He could have an ace. It seems like he has a jack. When I block all the aces, hard, kind of hard to check call with a king. Either way on flop. We're down another 10K if I'm doing my math right. It's getting ugly. Just pot. Small bet. I mean, half pot is okay as well. do here? Um, okay. Yeah, I mean, I mostly believe him. Jack X makes sense as a bluffing hand, but he's got a lot of value. I think he goes for a check raise on this turn a lot. Although I can picture him over there just cackling about all the bluffs. I remember his last, last time he played, he was going for a lot of spicy plays. I'll just bet here. The deuces make pretty good blockers when he checks flop. Um, Definitely checking river. It's a pretty reasonable check raise candidate. This is actually a fold to the 3-bet. Okay. Interesting here. I don't know if you peel this without a backdoor. I'm gonna go for it. I guess we gotta fold now. I kind of don't believe him for some reason over here, but I mean, I have a gut shot. Okay. This might, I think with Queen Jack of Spades, it's a call, but without that, I think it would be a fold on the flop. Now we have a bluff. Trying to decide what size. I think big is better. Two straights get there. I kind of block them. Or I mean, I block one of them. Here, actually, I think this is just a fold. Check both of these. Actually, I might bet on the right. If there were ever a nut flush draw to check on the left on the turn, it would be this, but I don't really know if I need to check any. And this is actually just not a good hand to keep bluffing with, even though it appears like it. I mean, I want him to have an 8. I want him to have a jack. I want him to have a 7. I want him to have a 3 of hearts when I'm bluffing. Okay, he's not folding that. Is this peel? No, it can't be too. I'm just thinking against the limping range if this peel starts to get a little bit loose. I don't think so. You're just missing flops. 5-5 could go either way. I'm actually gonna check this one back. He's well, I feel like so far today I've been checking back and folding a lot, so this hand is close on the flop anyway. So Jack 10, 10-7. He's going to bet a ton of 10-7 on the turn. It's just a call on the left. What is he deciding what to do with 6-7? Deciding what to do with it. Set. I don't think I don't think he has 6-7. I don't think he has. I think he could have Jack 10. I don't know. He's pretty weird though. I mean, I think I'm gonna call. I have a pretty good calling hand, even though I don't pluck straights. Just blocking top pairs. He's not gonna be bluffing with the king there. Interesting one here, because if he jams, kind of ugly. 3-4. How often does he have 3-4? He has to fold some 3-4 on the flop. Not ace 3-4 though. Okay, I raised a limp here. A small bet turn. Big bet river, I think. Again, king 6-5-5. I'd like to 3-bet this against somebody who's opening enough, but he's limping a lot, so maybe not. Weird. He could pot to try to fold out straights, but I just kind of feel like it's not going to work enough. It's a weird one as well. I'm going to go for the small bet call. Makes the most against like 7-4. Gets called by all of his straights. And saves a little bit of money if he has 7-7 or 4-4. So yeah, let's go with that. 7-4. Interesting one here. I'm just going to check fold, I guess, on 9-7-4. Unless he third pots, then I'll call. I guess I should say, like, I could have made more money potentially against 7-4 by check raising, but I think the weighted risk reward of all of the hands that he can have there, I think that works out pretty well. And it's nice to protect your small bet range with some hands that are not bet 3-betting, but still, disincentivize him from raising too thin. Check, I guess. This is a weird one. Check aces. And against a bet. For some reason, I'd be a little suspicious, but I mean, this board is too much. Like, it's really hard to have a bluffable hand on this board. Weird. I'm gonna go half pot because I've kind of capped my range on the flop. I think half pot only is a good sizing scheme there. Now we just show down and hope. Nope. Right table. I guess it's just a fold. What is he doing? What is he doing and why don't I believe him? I don't know. Just don't. Just don't believe him. My hand's really bad. I'm not going to call with a hand that's really bad for calling. I need a little bit more of a reason than I feel like I don't believe. 80,000. I feel like we actually won some pots there, but not the bigger ones, I suppose. Weird. Queen 4, queen 9. Some random spades would keep betting, I think. I don't know. And here, the bet check bet. He's good at bet check betting, but it looks exactly like what I have. I don't know. Let's look him up anyway. Yeah, good bet, Jungle. Probably bad call me. I raised a limp here, right? Check range on this turn. Interesting on the left. I mean, I'm going to check on the left, obviously. It's just an interesting run out. Oh. He had deuce 3. Again, another typical limping hand. So it's like we're keeping those in mind that he's limping, an expected range, we should say. A little deep here, so I feel like I can call this, but it's not a thrilling call by any means. Weird. I'll start by betting my 7s. They're really good blockers. Although I do think a lot of his checking range on this board calls. or raises. Yeah, we're not going to do anything here. I mean, I'm slightly suspicious. I wouldn't be folding my value range, but kind of stand around the right once we check the turn. All bet, okay. Right table is close in theory. Again, I think these bets are not going to work very well against him in practice. Folding ace deuce. I mean, I have a lot of weaker made hands that have draws that are much better calls. So a lot of stuff going on that board for me to, fight back with. Kind of don't believe him, but it's pretty hard to do something about with this hand. I mean, it's not that hard. I can just raise, but you know. We have here. He had a king. No spade for what I mean. It's worth something when he's bluffing there. To see him bluffing with no spade. I mean, this is obviously fine, and I'm repping like queens plus, which I have a lot of. Kind of ashamed to let that win, but I don't think I have a river bluff there. Maybe a turn bluff. It's just a fold. I think this is just a fold as well. King of clubs, as I would call. Just a very drivey board. So usually this is a check when you block the ace as well. And the left table could bet, could check. Kind of like checking against him. Call this one. It's a decent raising hand with the diamond as well. Found it interesting that he was potting flop though. So I feel like he's gone smaller in the past. Check call on the left. Right table, I'm going to start betting to potentially. I guess actually there are not a lot of cards I'm going to bluff on. I take that back. And then here, I'm going to pot. It's a little thin, but you know. Need to hit some of these flops and 3-bet pots if we're going to win some of our buy-ins back. Checks once again. Again, pretty bad betting. I mean, it's not like a ridiculous betting hand, but it's just a bad hand. I get kind of the same turn as last time, too. This hand would definitely be an okay raise against a limp, but I want to keep some high cards in my range for board coverage. A little more. Interesting. I mean, I can't really call. Here, though, I think I can. Might even want to raise turn. Although it's kind of, what am I repping? 10-10. I'm not repping much. I guess I call. Do I want to lead river? I think I do. It's kind of, I mean, it's very thin, but I think it works out well. Clear value bet on the right. I mean, second pair, but all the equity. When two straights get there on the turn, I sometimes like to 3/4 rather than full pot to keep all the sets at my value range and give me board coverage. And I pot river with just the straights. Called with sevens. Yeah. I'm glad I didn't check raise the turn. Well, actually, I might have won a bigger pot. Okay. All right, a couple pots go our way. He had bottom set with a blocker. That makes a lot of sense. Hmm. Update. Now down 65. Big comeback. Here we go. I mean, you can see like from the showdown hands, even though I won the last couple, like he's it seems like he's being pretty aggressive, and I'm sure there are some bluffs in there, but he's had a lot of hands. I think this is still a three bet, even if he's limping. We are deeper, which kind of works both ways for this hand. Check turn. And here, let's check turn. I mean, check turn over here is standard. On the right, like we could. No, I mean, betting this turn doesn't accomplish much. Facing a big bet. I think we call and then we see what happens. Interesting river. I feel like he's going to continue his bluffs a lot on this river, which makes this a dicey situation. Okay, he just had king nine, so no need to bluff. It feels as though his turn c-bet frequency has been really high, but that's one of the stats that can really play tricks on you because you always remember when you have to fold stuff on the turn, and you tend to forget when you like when he checks back and you wanted him to check back. So your perception of there have been so many sessions where I've been like, man, that guy was really c-betting turns, and I look at the stat, it's totally normal. I think this is a good betting hand. You can turn a three. It's also like you want to bet some mid pair so that you can hit trips on the middle pairs too. Easy fold. Ace jack 4 5 again. I mean, it's getting kind of dicey when he's playing so tight pre-flop. I guess I'm going with this on my only sizing, and I'm pure c-betting this board, so there's no real decision. Easy call here. Double gut shot. That's weird. Um, Yikes. Okay. Um, Gut shot. We have the queens. We have the second nut flush draw. It's possible he's bluffing. The queen might not be live. I think it's a call. And now it's pretty awkward because he's going to check basically his full range. I think I just call against this, right? I have 8 outs, 20-ish%. I'm getting not quite there, but with implied odds, I think it's good. Then I lose. And then here, the 7 is not great. but I think I have to go for it. This is just a fold. I mean, he called a big bet on King Queen 3 Rainbow, so he's going to run. I mean, I can't call with a 4 there. All right, but at least one of them worked. So we didn't get too wrecked there. Could start betting here. With a club, I would. Let's update our total to down 70. I guess I just bet. Here on the left, I actually can't rep it very well. Was I pointing the right way? Because Queen X of Hearts bets the turn so often, so I'm not going to try to rep this. Jungleman's a really good hand reader, and he's not going to buy it, I think, pretty often. It's not good to go for the check raise when you block all the other, like the lower straights that might bet. Queen, queen, jack, jack. I don't think there's any folding. And let's see how we handle this flop. Interesting. We check range. And then I don't think we can fold. Do we just call? I think we do. It's a weird one. Easy call here on the right. I think we're supposed to call on the left. It's pretty weird though. And on the right, I guess it's a fold. We do always win if he checks the river. Aces. 1, 2, 3, 4. I think it's a call. The problem is he can't turn many draws here. Like, what is he turning? I guess he could have the flop nut flush draw, actually. Ah. I mean, our equity's okay against that. I don't think we... I don't know. I don't think we can get away from that. But I could be wrong. What's this? Something fell off my mic stand. I don't know what. So that's another... Oof. We're almost down 100K today. We lost both of those pots, I think. Was there one on this table too? Yeah. All right. Back to work. Right table, easy call. So right table is kind of awkward here. If we get check raised, we're kind of wrecked. But we get check called. We get check called by a lot of hands we're doing really well against. I'm gonna go for the check. Then here on the left, I'm just gonna fold. No spade. Definitely want to have some bluff raises here with a spade. Right table, I think I'm good, but it's just too hard to get called. And he could definitely have like king nine that was going for a check raise, etc. King six. Okay. Could have gotten some good value on the turn. Whoops. What did I just do to this table? So I'm going to check this and bluff river. So I think it's more credible and I can small bet. Um, now, I don't know what I want to do. I mean, I think I have to just bet. Because, yeah, he's not going to bet for me. Here I'm just going to go small, small. Because, like, king X and queen X aren't going to bet for me. Could pot river, but it's getting a little thin. Check range here on the left. Right table, if he checks, is kind of weird. I mean, it's just a check. Could use the protection, but I think it's just a check. He goes with small, easy call. And now the question is, do I raise or just call with my 5-4? I think probably just call. Wouldn't have mattered. Interesting. I mean, I'm not folding. The question is, do I raise to just deny equity to whatever? I think I just call. And then do I jam or do I check? I was tempted to check because um, if he was bluffing turn, he continues with a lot of bluffs. But because it looks like a spot where I'm going to just jam so many of my nut flushes. But the problem, like strong flushes, I should say. The problem is I have so many of them, so it's just hard to get value either way. I mean, with queens, I just check and hope that I can win against 10x, but probably do not win. All right. 10-9 makes sense. Against small bet, kind of tempted to raise now. I'm gonna wait for the turn and raise. Interesting. It's annoying. I guess I'm no, I must have raised here against a limp. Now I have to both sit out. If anybody knows who you will call is, please ask him for to respect our heads up match, but he's gonna do it here too. Okay. I believe him, especially when I have the king. Although, actually, hold on. Like Queen X of Hearts bets the turn. I guess he can just have Jack X of Hearts. That makes a lot of sense. Or just 10 high. When I bet small, he's going to raise all those. Yeah. Jungleman not getting the memo. We got back a little bit, so we're down 80. This is part of the problem with no chat on WSOP.com is we can't communicate with him. Although, I mean, when two people are playing heads up and they sit out, it's talking to jungle. This could, I mean, the impression I get, like, it's me and Jungleman playing heads up. Most poker players who play these stakes would know that. And so I think he's just intentionally trying to break our game. I don't know what we can do about it, unfortunately. Talking to jungle. Okay, he left. Cool. If somebody in chat told him, thank you. Jungle probably walked away. All right, so what do I regret? Down 80K, which is down 155 on the challenge. Not many plays that I've minded, although I do feel like he's getting the better of me in small pots. If we look at the biggest pots, I mean, this one I think was kind of a cooler. This one was a suck out. So I mean, we were chopping. Basically flipping an equity. He had like 52%. This one looks good. I don't know why these things keep flying off. This is so strange. So I have these like clips that they stay on my mic to hold the cord, but somehow they're just flying off today. Um, Tilted, I guess. So yeah, happy with that. Happy with this. Kind of happy with that. I maybe could have checked. Standard. Standard. So all the biggest pots there look good to me. Yeah, this was the bluff I didn't want to make, but it worked. If we go to the other table, this one worked. This was just kind of a cooler in the other direction of sorts. This was okay. I like my play. Here, yeah, I was so-so about my play, but it's fine. Here, all I did is call a c-bet and hold the turn, right? Yeah. Standard, standard. What was this? No, this was kind of interesting. Oh, he's back. Maybe review it in a after the stream ends, or after the session ends for the day, and I'll keep the stream going for a minute. 3-bet on the left table. Hey, we're up to almost 1,000 viewers. I appreciate you all being here. I feel like that's going to bring me good luck for this this 4-bet pot with this double suited hand. We are a little bit deep. And I think I start by checking this hand. It's I could lead. It's not the worst leading hand. He's gone pretty big. I think I have to fold against that. That's too bad. All right, you didn't bring me good luck yet, but you will. Interesting spot here. Check and try to induce a river bluff, I guess, on the right. I can't get two streets with 3 deuce, even though I think I had the best hand on the turn pretty often. This looks like 7-3 or 3 deuce to me, but I mean, I'm calling. Now just the 4, pretty thin. So on these flop, he's going with like 2 sizings on these boards, which is something I need to keep in mind. I haven't deduced what he's doing there, but I like if I can get to showdown here, I'd like to see what he's small betting because it could be this is too thin to pull it. Queen 8. Well, this makes a pretty good checking hand, so let's try to get to showdown. Oh, quick. Yeah, no. Okay, not to look at it. Order of hands. Okay, sorry. He had do a few things at once. He had that. So I mean, it makes perfect sense for a small bet, but I don't know what his small bet range looks like, you know. Right table, I almost definitely had the best hand on the turn, but I mean, can't bet on the queen. Here, easy check. I'm just checking my full range basically on this flop and turn after raising a limp. And I guess check raising the river. It's possible he could make a straight flush, but I mean, very unlikely. He had the under straight, so it did not work out. I think we just put this into our 4-bet range, even though we're a little bit deep. It just really wants the stack to pot ratio to be small for the flop, and here we go. Obviously no folding this hand, but let's start with a small bet. Bet's on the right, easy call. Interesting turn on the right. Left, he's really in the tank. I mean, in theory, this is just a call flop, call turn. Don't think raising now makes sense. Now it gets pretty weird. Right table is just a standard call. I don't think I want to be raising here. It's kind of interesting, though, because he's repping. I don't know. I mean, this is just a call. Left table is weird. I mean, I feel like he's supposed to small bet range or check range. And I don't think I'm supposed to bet. Like, it's so weird. Right table, I guess I'm all in and hoping for the best. What does he have, though? Jack, Jack. Jack, Jack, 9. I mean, I usually win if he was bluffing the turn, right? Queen 7, 8 or something I could lose to. I don't know. I think I usually win if he was bluffing the turn. He was bluffing the turn, but he rivered the straight. He probably wasn't folding. I guess I could have jammed the turn. I mean, I was in really good shape against that. And on the left, I mean, I don't think I can fold. Okay. Very spicy with the flop check raise with no relevant. I mean, he's wrapped around the jack with backdoor clubs. This hand on the right was interesting. So he pots turn. Oh, not there. Hold on. King. Yeah, okay. I mean, I don't think there's anything I can do there. Now he's half potting on this board. It's just interesting that he has so many sizings. Two pair over here. Weird river spot. On the left. I mean, on the right. Slightly thin to pot because of ace 8, but if he can have ace 8, he can have every 8x, obviously. Or, I mean, a lot of 8x hands. 6-4, chop it up. So his half pot was, I don't know. He might have a system, a sizing scheme that makes more sense to him than me. But right now I'm just seeing a lot of sizings and I don't see the exactly what the pattern is. It's not the kind of thing you notice in, over the span of one session. Okay, so it's, what are we down? 65, 70. Check here. Now he's betting 90. Small bet is a little bit thin, but I think I like it. That's pretty thin. It's too thin. Big flop over here on the right. I mean, my flush draw is not strong, but still. Small bet probably would have gotten raised by queens. So don't know if, I mean, it probably would be bad for me. I'm going to keep going on the right with the super wrap, even though the flush draw is weak. Left table's not a fold. Could raise, could call. We're pretty deep. Very interesting turn. I mean, not that interesting. My hand is kind of. I don't know if it's a 3-bet against this strategy. Maybe small bet river is good over here, but it's kind of thin. Queens I'll call and then raise later, probably. And that. So small bet might have been interesting. The problem is, does it look like, I don't know. Let's try it. One issue with this queen queen raise to pot, I mean, he folded. It's over. But when I pot turn and then pot river, he doesn't need to call much more than queen 10. So I don't even know if that's what I would do, if that's what I'm supposed to do with that hand. It's not a bad raise. To be honest, I'm like not very well versed in 300 big blind deep 3-bet pot play here. 9-4, so the 6. This is dicey. This is very dicey. And he's going big, which he hasn't done yet. Like he's using a lot of random sizings. Kind of view big as weak for some reason on this board. Yikes. Okay. I mean, I think this is a call. On the right, I'm not sure. I'm going to go small bet fold. Because I feel like his flop big bet is pretty polar. Huh. Ten nine does make it, like king 10-9 makes a ton of sense. I mean, I'm not folding 9-5, but I'm pretty sure I lose. Actually, I shouldn't say I'm pretty sure. Yeah. King 10-9. If I had 8-5 there, I might fold. So the problem is a lot of his turn bluffs are going to be, like he's actually going to have flush draws a lot. So obviously I'm very low in my range. I do have a queen of spades, but man. Ace king clubs, ace king. I don't know. I'm going to check. Cool. Pretty big raise here. I mean, I'm not folding gut shot with 2 backdoors, but I'm not thrilled. And That's an ugly turn, kind of. I mean, it's a great turn for my hand, but it's one I can't really get away from, and he's repping a hand that has me, dead-ish. So when you get this deep, you bet smaller, so I won't have as many big bets. Weird. What does he have? I'm so confused. Queen six, seven, nine. I think I have to small bet like everything in my range, kind of, but might have 6-6 would make a lot of sense. Yeah, I mean, I small bet in hopes that he raises 6-6 so I can call this, but I mean, I'm usually beat here. Cool. He's just doing the jungle. He goes pretty thin here. Let me think. No, I don't have much time to think. I'm gonna call. Well, that's extremely thin. Um, he's not supposed to. Okay, I mean, my call is terrible. If he's betting 5 no kicker, it's kind of crazy. All right, that's worth keeping in mind for next time. Bad call me and or sick bet jungle, but I think it's bad bet. Unfortunate thing on the left is like I don't rep very much when I bet river. But I'm pretty sure I have to. Or I mean, I want to as well. Fold there, here. I actually don't know this deep. He's probably not limping much anymore, although I don't know. I haven't played enough against him. Guess we start with a check call here. It's not the worst raise. If I had a single spade, I kind of like raising. Here he's half potting. We're going to check call. That shot, weak flush draw. Um, check river with ace king. I'm not going to bluff this hand, but now this is ugly. Open ender, weak flush draw, weak pair. King of diamonds. I think it's just a fold. What did he have here? 5 of spades. Okay. Um, so now I just go small with my full range on this board. I think just bombs away here. Okay, maybe not. hot. Uh, he wins. Okay. I guess I saved some money because of that river. Although potting might have worked. Down 70. Checks to me on ace 8-3. I'd really like to see this showdown. I mean, for two reasons, but one being, what does he have? Bet here, I think. What is going on? King 6 is likely good, but let's see his hand. Okay, yeah, weak ace is kind of what he's repping. I have to be careful because I'm out of time bank over here on the left, so I'm gonna probably be a little more careful. Right table either way on the flop. Left table, I mean, I could check call, but betting is okay as well. I think this is actually just a fold on the right. Probably river two pair or something. Oh, he was one and done with. And I was doing very well against. He had bottom pair and 8 high flush draw and a gut shot. Sometimes small betting, like you small bet and you think you don't want to get raised, but it works out in a lot of different ways. Bet, check, bet. Both. Left table, I think, is just a fold. And I don't have much time. Right table. Kind of feel like he keeps betting a lot of single diamond hands on the turn. I don't know. Could definitely be wrong there. Also, he could obviously bluff without a single diamond. Hmm. Close on the left. Could go either way. So the funny thing is, on the right table, I don't believe him, and I was planning to check raise, but now I'm like, I wouldn't check raise any real hands, would I? Let's just do it anyways. I didn't think he was going to call me because I thought he was bluffing. So I guess I give up because I really thought he was bluffing. And Jungleman is crazy enough to call with a hand that's going to bluff river, but it just needs to be pretty. I mean, it's ambitious. I kind of still feel like he was bluffing there now, but it'd be the one of the crazier bluffs. This might even be a check back. It's so strong. Although we are pretty deep, which kind of changes things. I don't know. Um, the boats 6-4-7-4 make a lot of sense, but I kind of felt like I have a pretty bad hand for calling. Flushes make a lot of sense too. The problem is he has like a 7x. He goes so thin here. But my hand's such a good calling hand that I'm going to call anyways. Okay, 9-8. Makes sense. Right table, I maybe should have led river, but it's not mandatory. Hmm. Why am I suspicious? I don't have very good calling hands. So. Pretty bad betting here here on the left, but I raised the limp, and this board's much better for my range than his. I think I'll check and bluff river. It's a good river to bluff because like I don't need to bluff with king high, maybe even queen high. I mean, this is like the most checky hand, but I bet full range on these boards. But having a jack and a low flush, this should definitely be a check. If like, in theory, it's probably a check, but I try not to just check like 2% of hands and have them be very specific. So certainly check the turn. I think I want to go for, well, do I want to check call? Or do I want to bet? I think I just want to check call. Block the jack, I block the 8. I don't block ace 3 5. Yeah. I think that that hand's a good, I mean, obviously it worked out, but, and it's not always going to work out, but I think it's a good example of, you don't just need to kind of section off all of the hands that are good enough to bet and bet those, and then check only if you're going to check raise or check hero call. Sometimes with like a hand like that, you're better off. I'm actually going to go with small bet here. I think it's going to work disproportionately. Not against that. Anyways, I kind of lost my train of thought there, but the point is essentially sometimes check call with a hand that's good enough to value bet. It's just going to work out better. Definitely potting the river over here. Weird. It's very weird. Would he really try? Would he really try this with, I mean, what does he have? King, king? King, king makes a lot of sense. That's kind of it. Ace, jack? No, I don't think so. Ace, jack's kind of thin. Could he have a weak jack just going for it, hoping that, I mean, he's just made some crazy plays. I mean, so much of my value range is king, king, and ace, ace. Jack X. Ace, king, maybe? I don't know. I want to see it. It's a crazy call, but I want to see it. All right. The jungle goes for the bluffs that nobody does. And for that, I tip my hat to him. Definitely, like, that's a spot where against a lot of players, you're just like, easy fold. Not Jungleman Dan. All right, down 60. One hero call at a time. Over here. I mean, I guess I'm calling. I'm not thrilled. Yeah. That was not like a sick read. Just had a good calling hand and thought he's going to be relatively balanced. I didn't expect to lose when he checked, but there we are. So we are deep. I think he's going to three bet some more speculative hands. Obviously, call with my end on the flop. I'm going to make a weird bet. Just some good things can happen there. Like he can fold equity. He can call with a hand that's worse than mine and just play rivers poorly. Let's check call. Over here we have a clear bet. We just go small. I don't know about this river bet. It's a decent check call hand too. He had queen jack. Makes perfect sense. Well played by everybody, I guess. Could I pot? No, it would have been too thin to pot. Interesting turn here. I'm gonna half pot. All right. Only down 50. So every session has gone this way, it feels like. Queen high. Here with the ace of hearts and being so deep, I'm going to bet this. I mean, it's an okay bet at shorter stacks as well. I guess I'm betting. I don't know what I'm doing on the river. You can definitely check this turn as well. Gonna check flop. I think just pot pot. Blocking none of the board pairs, which gives him a lot of. I mean, he calls with. He's got a lot of flushes to call with, and then he's got like queen four and stuff like that. He might have made a hero fold on that turn. I'd be curious if he had a flush and hero folded it. I'm not reading chat right now, so I can't tell, but I do appreciate you all being here and watching. Hope you're enjoying the show as we try to fight our way back from negative 95K to positive 95K. Let's be optimists. I think I have to call here, but it's, you know, Not thrilling. Hopefully he has ace five, deuce four. I have to bluff here. Ace nine. Wow, I was crushed. Check raise. I mean, I'm not, it's not like a surprising spot to check raise, but I have the blockers, so I was a little surprised to see it. If we can get some more people aware of the stream if they were not awake at the start of the stream. We need some water. Right table could be a bluff, but I don't know. I wasn't feeling it. Left table is a bluff. So I just switched the, just hit my stream deck. So I think we're okay. Wow. Okay. Everything's okay here, I think. We're gonna make that fold. Big fold with ace six high. Interesting to see a check on queen a5, although we're very deep, so it's not that odd. Uh, Unfortunate run out. I also think he's going to expect me to bluff this six. Here, we'll check call. Chop it up. It's an odd bet. I guess he's got 7-4. Somehow he has 7-4, guys. That's my read. Or, I mean, he could have a bluff, but 6-7 does make some sense. But like ace king 6-7. I block. I'm not going to call with an 8. He's gotten some back. We're down 60. Just a fold here. Not folding. I guess we call. It's not the worst 4-bet, but the 4 and the 3 are pretty unfortunate. Now I wish I had 4-bet. So I would jam flop and he would fold. Not folding. It's not the craziest. Just rip it in, but we're kind of deep for that. All the outs. Jungleman is the type of person who, like, you never shove a hand like this on the turn, but he's a pretty decent candidate if he bets to shove this in on the turn. I have like 33% against anything. That's unfortunate. Don't even think it's a great spot to bluff. Um, Kind of like praying for him to bet so I don't have to bluff. I don't know why I Hollywood there. He's going to see my hand. I don't know about this river spot. I think I have the best hand against 40. What is he betting 40 with? Let's go with our read. I should maybe pot if I'm and try to fold out. I just don't think he bets 40 with 6-8. Oh, jungle. Jungle, jungle, jungle. The thing is, he like will be like, "Ooh, I'm gonna bet 40 with 10-10 because it's cool and fun." But he's also gonna get tempted after he bets 40 with King King 10-8. Have pretty good blockers. Ah, jungle, jungle. So, what's less likely that he bet 40, hoping to bet 3-bet? Yeah, I don't believe him. I don't know. Jungle. He really likes to have fun. I had to decide if it was more likely that he would bet 40 to try to induce a raise or that after betting 40 he would go for it. Um, I decided the latter was more likely because he's Jungleman, Dan Cates, and he proved me right. He's funny. He's having too much fun. That's the problem. He starts out he starts out every session winning so much. He's just having too much fun. I guess I call here, but I mean, it's not thrilling. Okay, plenty of equity against that. King 10 here is probably not enough to start bluffing. So the question is, will he slow down? Because in most of the recent big pots, I've caught him bluffing. And he knows that. He's very smart. He knows that I know that. So what level are we going to go to? That is the question. Maybe he's just been bluffing me every single hand, and I feel smart because I've called a few, but I've folded way more. That's probably what's happening. Okay. Okay. Queen 10 will call. Jack Jack will check. Some easy decisions going on here on the Phil Galfond YouTube channel. Here, it's a pretty good check call hand. It's a better small bet hand, though. You can take this one. I block 0 of the pairs on the right table, so it just means he's not going to bluff that much when check 2. Now, obviously, now he might bluff raise. But will he in the current meta? I don't know. I don't. I mean, I think I'm going to call him again. It's really hard for him to check. Like, well, no, King X of Diamonds does check the turn actually. But like his value range on the flop, if he has like King Jack with diamonds, or so I just don't think he has a lot of nut and second nut straws. Nut maybe. I don't know, man. I don't know. I'm gonna call again. Okay. That is the king of diamonds. That makes a lot of sense. And he finally got me with a value raise. Nice hand jungle. Here he bluffed twice with this river 2 pair and showed it down. Pretty standard stuff. Do you want to call here or raise? I think I want to raise. All right, now it gets interesting. 555. Kind of has to bet. But he checks. What does that mean? What does that mean? Like 667? I don't know. I'm checking. I don't think he's calling with that. I mean, just seems like he's check raising. What is he doing? He has king high. I don't know. I can't rep it very well here because I check turn. Like ace X of clubs. I guess king X of clubs makes sense, actually. There's a very odd line by Jungle. I mean, he's just saying he has ace high, which I guess it's not that odd. He just has ace high or king high. Honestly, like my rust in playing all these spots is showing, I think. I mean, 5x with a flush draw. I guess I call. I'm not very happy. 5, 8, 6. 7, 6, 9, 6, 6, 4. Hmm. Random stuff with a king of diamonds, I call. Wow. We're so deep. I don't think we can get it in here. So we call and we figure it out. He's half potting. I mean, I'm not folding 10-8 with a straight, but he's probably got me beat. It's really weird if he pots turn because, like, I lose to his value range and I just have a 10-eye flush draw, but I also have top two and a flush draw. It's like very high in my range. Yikes. And so do I want to try to deny him equity with his like, because he could have just like, I don't know why I'm suspicious over here, kind of am, but do I want to deny him equity or not? 3, 3, Jack, Jack, 8, 8. I really don't know. This is, yeah, my rust is, well, not just rust, like I don't play this deep, so not really sure. It's going to play poorly on rivers. That's kind of the problem. And jam. Dang. That's not good. We're going to need to hit. That's pretty lucky. It'd be 120k pot that I didn't deserve. Oops. Well, we're even. Um, a little embarrassed by the method. Actually, we'll just call it down 5k because then I won't have to update all the fonts and stuff. Yeah, I don't know about that hand. Like, I think it's probably correct in a solver, in theory, but this is a check. But it just weird. But in the solver, I don't know. Jungle is kind of a human solver. There he had ace 10 with no spades, no queen, no jack, no 8. Here, a lot of my bets are going to be full pot because like 7, 8 and 7, 3. Although 7, 3 I bet on the turn. Actually, I guess a lot of my bets are this. I guess I'm folding top pair. I wonder how angry Jungleman is. That's standard-ish. I mean, the early in the session I ran very poorly, so I shouldn't. feel guilt, but I usually like to win by calling the river and when he's bluffing, not by getting it in with 22% equity. Kind of don't think he's folding here, but this is a really good potting hand. Well, we could have been down 125K, but instead we sucked out. We're even, and we have bottom set. Mostly a call on this board. And over here, I'm just going to pot actually. I think it'll. I want to make sure some of his jankier hands just fold. And now I'm uncomfortable. Ace, king, jack, one diamond. I'm just going to give up. It's an okay bluff, obviously. Now we show down deuces, hope to win. Oof, we were in rough shape on the turn. That was a good river. We were obviously in good shape on the flop, but I'm going to bet these over cards. I'm going to bet river as well. Doesn't believe me. Okay. Guess this is just a raise. It's a little awkward. Because our redraw is pretty weak. But I think having the deuce, like, it's less likely he's going to have six deuce. I mean, I think I just have to jam. There's not really another play. We probably chop. Yeah. Ace 8, call. He's got ace 9. Okay. This may be a fold. I think I'll bet 3-bet the river. He doesn't have any strong flushes. That's maybe a little too cute for me. He had a 5 high flush. It's not that he doesn't have any strong flushes. It's just that he doesn't have king high flushes almost ever. They bet an earlier street. Um, I guess this is a fold. So sad when he limps when you have the ace, queen, jack 10 double. Could bet this hand on the left, but I think he's mostly calling almost every better hand with the exception of like eights. Not really thrilled that he's potting, but we're going to call. I don't think he's going to believe me. Oh, wow. I win with sixes. He turned a four and some kind of draw. Let's see. No, just some kind of weak draw. Call three bet with weak queens. And it's going to get interesting. Well, it might not. We're going to call the flop. Okay, now it might get interesting. I'm really tempted to bet big on turn and check river to get called by ace high or whatever. Right table, I probably should have small bet turn, but I didn't. I mean, this is like a really comfortable play. Um, but I think it works out pretty well against Daniel Jungleman Cates. 999 viewers. You can do it, guys. We can get one more viewer. I mean, you guys can't do it. You just have to stay in your seats. And then somebody else is going to have to be the chosen one. So I think we just call here on the right. Not a great raising hand. I feel like this hand sometimes four bets, depending on which sim you run, but I'm not thrilled about my play there. Let's just call. Not the turn we were hoping for. I think I should have bet the turn on the right table. Two tough spots here. Okay, would not have worked. And then here, king, jack, jack 8, 8, 6. And then, of course, bigger sets. I think it's close on the turn. I mean, I think I like a check, but so I mean, he's kind of saying that he has a. He's kind of saying that he has a set. that's bigger than mine. But he could have queen 10 jack. He could have 5-5. I mean, I'm not folding this. Yeah, that's too thin, I think, with queen 9, but not ridiculous. Um, Weird spot when you have all of the aces. Because he basically has, I mean, he could have king 10, and otherwise he has, queen or worse. I mean, he can have queen queen, of course, and jack jack. He just can't have an ace. That's the bottom line. That's the extent of the hand reading, and I'm certain about that. Three bet here. I think it's just a small bet, but it's kind of iffy. No, it's a pretty good check hand. Here it's like, I don't know. This might be supposed to be a jam, but I don't think it works out very well. Okay, I have two good folds from Jungle. I mean, I think he was bluffing on the right, probably. I'm glad it's not too long of a session. I'm actually pretty tired. Interesting turns. I block so much. But I mean, he doesn't have the queen high flush when he checks back flop, anyways. Probably. Um, Not sure what to do, to be honest. I guess I bet pot. And here I show down, and I think probably lose to like tens up. 8-5. Interesting. I was roughly correct, but I didn't put him on that betting the turn. I just thought he was bluffing turn and hit a 10. I got called by King Jack on the other table. Standard all around from him. Let's wake up, Phil. All right, so I'm actually plus 5,000 now, so we finally can change the color. Though if I time out while I'm doing it and then start losing, that would not be good. Um, he definitely can have 6-4 here, 9-4. He reps them pretty well. I don't think he's gonna have a ton of flushes, but I'll have some. It's pretty thin on the left, but it's fine. I think I just need to call with a flush. Okay. All right. I don't want to change this back to red. So we can do this, guys and gals. Oh yeah, are we at 1,000? No. Yeah, many of you left. We're at 933. Why do you leave? Things were going so well. I even asked everybody to stay. Such a bad bluffing hand. 10-10 is really not good to have. I don't know. He might have folded that. He might not have. Stick around though after the session is over. We'll do a quick. I mean, we still have some session left to play, but after the session is over, I'll do a quick review of the biggest pots. 9-8-7 backdoor flush draw. Is this good enough to bet? Jack 6-6. Close but call. This seems like close but bet. Might be a check. I don't really like betting turn with this hand. Doesn't accomplish enough. Get called by most better hands. He's supposed to fold a lot of 4x on the flop, but I don't know. So he's sizing down on the right table. Not sure what to make of that, but let's start with the call. This is not good. Because sizing down like ace king of hearts or something does make some sense. Ace of hearts or king of hearts. Does that size down? I guess I just don't really know what a size down strat is. I don't know. I just believe him. That's a weird. It's a weird spot. Left table with the queen high flush draw, like letting him bluff or keeping in his flush draws that would be folding turn, I think makes sense. I mean, if you bet and get jammed on, you're not too thrilled. Raising flop. This is not thrilling for me with bottom set, but I'm going to call. I guess we get it on that turn unhappily, kind of, when if he pots. Weird. I don't know what to make of this. Deuce, deuce, 4-4. Do I ever try to save money? I don't think so. Deuce, deuce. What did he have? Oh, okay. I don't know. 6-3, nice hand. I was worried he would bet really thinly there, but he just has so many bluffing candidates. I don't know. Could raise this flop. Just let it go. I think I just check call on the right table. I mean, it's too thin to bet for sure. Interesting kind of mergey turn or flop bet with that hand. Just gonna check call here and call down. Not a great river in that he's not gonna like big bet ace queen anymore probably. Which he would have on a brick. I think I'll bet this. It's kind of a comfortable play, but deny equity to straight draws and charge straight draws. Yeah, he just had that, so the turn check call was good. Quite a wild session we've had here. I think this is just a check. With no heart, with a single heart, I would bet turn, bet river small. With no hearts, just check fold, I guess. Although he does deny equity, he bluffs turn more than most. And now we just try to show down our 9, and I mean, probably lose. Left table, we'd be really happy at 100 big blinds here. We're a little deep. I don't think raising flop makes sense. A good turn. Gives us a double gutter in addition to our set. It is again, like if we're shorter, this is like a slam dunk fist pump get in. Now it's like I guess we do, but like he can bet fold 2 pair. But yeah, I don't think waiting makes sense. Yeah. Oof, ugly. But ours was uglier, so what can you do? But we do now have to go negative on the. I guess I call here, but I'm not thrilled. Straight. Okay. Color goes back to red. We're down. That was fast. 25K. Interesting with the ace 7. With ace 7, I think it's a little too much showdown value. 3-3 are really good blockers to pot turn, pot river, but. Uh, he can have it. He can have it. Rainbow board. I kind of like betting this one. Again, the slight size down, but only one or two straights get there with my turn C bets. I mean, I usually have the best hand, but it's kind of tough to get called again. He can definitely have 6-6, 7-7. He can have some slow played straights. So I'm going to check and probably win. We're deep, so small sizing. I think we keep going, although it's a pretty decent checking hand. Easy check on the right. No value here with all the one card straights and flushes and everything out there. This you could do really any big bet, small bet, or check are all viable. All right. Well, at the beginning of the session, I was whiffing these flops and three bet pots, and now I've been hitting them. Obviously, the last one didn't go our way, but I'm not going to complain about flopping sets. Could raise. Yeah, I think I like raising. There are so many turns that can kill my action that I like raising. If the 6 is a 5, it's much different. I think he's thinking about leading pot with like ace ace king or something along those lines. Maybe queen 6, queen 10. Yeah. Let me just put it in. Oh wow, 6-6. That's a huge cooler for him. Good play by him not to get in on the flop. I think waiting for the turn is smart. Okay, we go back into the plus by just a little bit. Oh, I already had the plus there incorrectly. Sorry about that. I mean, this is a really good raising hand, but is he gonna believe me? I don't know. This is also a good raising hand. Uh, I don't know. I should maybe follow through. Yeah, I should follow through there. It's a fish check by me. I've been a little too weak tight today for sure. I wonder if Junkle's noticed. I think it's rust. Yeah, that was a bad check by me. The problem with these six blockers is that they're not going to be great blockers very often. Now they are. Big bets on King 8 Deuce. I mean, I think at default it's pretty close. With nut backdoor flush draw, it's a call. Now, I mean, he's not going to check raise me here. Ace Jack 3-5, I could bet turn. Jack 10 3-5 is a little thin. It's obviously a good river. Probably just want to bet myself. Kings makes sense. I shouldn't be leading that river, I think. Hmm. I kind of want to go half pot here, which is a little silly. It's not what I normally do. But I think it's going to work well. I unblock, ace, king, queen, jack, which he's going to use those to call pretty often. Got a call on the right. I mean, you could raise, but it's pretty ambitious. It's not the worst raise. Interesting. Not a great river. I think he's going to have a really good ratio of bluff to value on this river. It's kind of interesting to rip it. Rather have the 8 or the ace? I don't know. I'm going to fold. Close, of course. Could definitely have called that hand. Wasn't feeling it for some reason. Kind of interesting. I guess I'll check call here. We're going to 4-bet kings. Haven't done a lot of 4-betting today. SPR2, it's kind of an awkward flop. I mean, I think I just rip it in. That's not good. Okay, we're flipping, we lose. Not much I can do there. I mean, if I check flop, I can get away, but it's not really the way to think about it. All right, so we're down about 25 again. On minus 25 red. Okay. Get raised on Jack Jack 5. We're way too deep to do anything but call. Okay, he's going big bet. I mean, obviously we're calling again. Too deep to rip this in, especially with two aces in our hand, which means we have fewer outs if we happen to be behind and we're less ahead if we happen to be ahead of another jack, let's say. Interesting, well, just interesting here. If he bets this river. Nut heart blocker. He's not going to have a weaker flush. He is going to have some king jack. Some 5-5. Weird. I don't think he thinks I'm folding. Jack 5, Jack 4, all still betting. He's probably raising flop with Jack 5. He could play King King this way in like a weird mergy whatever. 5-4. Would he bluff a king if he got here? Yeah. Blocking a jack is so powerful. I mean, it's the best blocker I can have. The problem is just I think he thinks I have like ace with hearts, and I'm not folding it. I don't know. I'm going to call because the jack's too good, but man. All right, it worked. Jack's too good. He's really been putting me to the test, to say the least. Here with my hand, I mean, I call, I guess. Not doing great. 6-5. Block a lot of stuff. Okay. All right. Back into the green. Plus 15. And we will adjust the color. Biggest lead of the day. Don't think I can fold because he can pot ace jack the way he's playing. Plus all the bluffs. Here, 10 is good. 7 of diamonds is good. A lot of value hands he plays this way, but let's try. He goes so thin. He goes so thin. We're going to need to switch these hands. Yep, okay. Let's do the switch. Nobody look. Didn't work. Let's check both. Interesting turn on the right. I mean, I guess we just try to show down with some outs as well. This is a very thin bet on the left, but I'm going to try it. He might not believe it because we just bluff the turn a lot. Or by that, I mean, I think he might not believe we're bluffing. Or in other words, he might believe it too much. Drawing out flush draw is usually going to be a check. Jacks here. I think I just pop pot. Ten eight got there. I still think it's a pot, but it's pretty thin. It's pretty thin. It's pretty thin. Guess I fold jacks to the small bet. Here he calls with ace, queen, queen. Makes sense. This is close. We're deep enough that I think this is a call. It's not the worst raise. It's not the worst call either. I think calls, it's actually pretty close. I think calls a little more standard. A very interesting turn spot where like we could make him fold 7-6 with a big bet. I just think it's too much of a check. It is pretty nice to make boats though when you bet turn, so I don't know. I mean, we're not folding to that, but he is repping better than our hand. Just a gut shot here, I guess I fold. I'm gonna call. Same hand. I'm confused here. Okay, we'll take it. I don't bet hands like that on the turn. I think they're too, well, like they have a little too much showdown value. Okay, well, small bet range. This could get interesting. I don't think we can fold ace 6. 3-3 makes sense. Nice hand. 7-3. I guess we check. King's actually a bad blocker here on the right because we kind of want him to have, king 4-3 deuce when we're bluffing. This is a weird one. Easy check. That's too bad. I mean, we're like flipping against that on the turn. I think left table might be a good check raise hand. It's hard to get 5-7 into your check raise range. Okay. Just check here. It's too thin with 7-6. I kind of just believe him. Obviously, I can raise. I kind of just believe him. Why do I believe him? I don't know. But I do. Got to start betting here on the left, I think. Right table, I'm going to go with small bet, given that I block the turn pair. He's not going to fold a lot of better hands, but he'll fold some. Interesting. Okay. I'm not going to win on that run out. It's going to be very hard to win. I think it's worth bluffing. It's really low in my range. Hero call. Good call. I mean, I shouldn't say hero call. It's pretty standard to call with two pair that are both like straight blockers. Um, mm, no spades in my hand. What do I do here? Again, it feels like he's barreling a lot of turns, but he's kind of just had stuff the few times I've seen. So I think I just keep playing kind of my approximation of GTO on turn. We're 8K now. We'll call it 10. This is kind of close. Maybe a fold. It's a decent raising hand, though. So I'm going to raise fold it instead. Um, it blocks a lot of stuff that is not folding. And it doesn't have great playability, so interesting. Guess I go for a check raise on the left. And on the right, it's weird. 3, 4, 5, 5. Okay. The right is really weird because I'm not repping much. My flop value range, like Jack, Jack, 7, 7, keep betting turn. So I have to kind of rep that I backdoored a straight, or not backdoored, that I raised a gut shot. Which I'm not going to do that often. Do I fold a nut gut shot here? I think I do, actually. I think he has like Jack Jack or 7 7. I don't really know what's going on here. I know I should have 3-bet on the left table. I don't know what he has. Could be a bluff, but I mean, I can't call. So. All right, we're back to even. I'm going to keep it in green for optimism. You can have both sizings here on the right. Let's go with a big bet. It's pretty good blockers. Betting pretty much every river. That's not a good river. Small bet it. Actually, this is dumb. This is dumb. He doesn't have 6-8, so if I had the 7-eye straight, I just pot. This is a dumb, dumb small bet. That's a big mistake by me. I deserve to lose that pot. I mean, maybe I small bet sometimes, but it's dumb. Okay, small bet range over here, even though this hand's not loving it. Not really sure like what qualities I want in a hand to bluff with here. It's really hard to find the natural bluffing hands. Here, I mean, I just pot and hope for the best. Let's check. Let's be a little sneaky. I don't have a checking range on this board, but this is one of the first hands I would choose. The problem is now I kind of need to keep checking. My hand really wants to bet, like really badly. Hmm. Interesting. The annoying thing is like on the turn he might have like queen eight and queen deuce because he thinks I just have like ace king king. Doesn't have just a queen. So ace queen, queen eight, queen deuce. Um, does he ever have ace king? I don't think so. I don't know, man. I call with ace king. Okay. Easy call on the left. Bad turn, kinda. Let's see how these hands play out before we update the total, but I'm up 10K if we somehow break even on these hands. I mean, I think this is just a check. That's too bad. Should probably, jack of spades. Small bet's fine. All three options available to me. The thing is, I don't think he has king queen, but I think he might rep it anyways. And I can't really do anything if he does. So like, I actually don't think he's trapping me that much here, but sometimes the bluff doesn't work because he rebluffs because he's Jungleman Dan. And I think my line looks insanely credible as 8-9, but see if he feels the same way. What does Jungle have here? I don't know. Oh wow, good call. Huh. Pretty good calling hand. He was thinking hard about the other table, which might make him make some different decisions over here. King Jack makes the most sense. Queen 10 a little bit, not really. Queen 5, 5, 5, sure. King Jack makes a ton of sense. I block that though. Well, bluffs make sense. Would he just bet small with them? Maybe. I don't know. I'm going to call. He might even have the same hand. Okay. I need to stop. I mean, every time I'm like, just has the random bluff. I mean, it's well played by him. We are actually even still. Close over here. I guess it's just a fold with the 5-5 flush. It's not gonna play out well. I don't really like my blockers are okay, but they're not great. Interesting, interesting. Checks. Okay, check raises. I think I call, but it's a little iffy. 2-1. I think I call. What's going on here? I mean, he's playing it like he has queens, but I don't think I'm going to fold this one. Tens also make sense. I think that's about as thin as he can pot the river, though. Tens or jacks. Easy check over here, of course. Not supposed to open this, but when I do, I think it's a call. Yeah, makes sense. Jack 10, we check. He's betting 40. I guess I peel. I don't know. It's so small. Queen 10, 10 7. I don't know. I'm suspicious. I'm definitely suspicious. I don't know. I don't know. My hand's so bad, but it's not the worst call in the world. He had King 10 here. Did not go for the river bet, so that's unfortunate. Um, Missed some value. It's just a fold with no back door. Here, I guess I'll check. You can go either way. I think I've pot turned to get him to fold like a weak 10x. It's just, I mean, there's just, it's a really good turn for my range. I have a really high betting frequency. Okay, I think we won. Assuming he's about to sit out. What do I do here? Go for the bet, 3-bet. Okay. GG Jungle. We came from, I'll pull the chat up now. Pull your chat up. Where'd you go? Let's go over some of the biggest hands. Jungleman's asking me how I call the ace jack 8, which was this one. Hey, everybody. I appreciate y'all being here. I guess we're not going to, you'll be catching up for 5 minutes. So let me, if you have some questions, throw them in now. Now will be the last chance to get questions in. Otherwise, let's go over the big hands, most of which went my way when we're looking at the biggest. So here on the left, we obviously had the super luck box hand. So I 3-bet, kind of questionable. This stack depth, great flop for me. I bet he raises, easy call, I think. Turn check. So the question is, you know, he's going to raise flop with some ace 10 9 with spades, some ace 10 jack deuce with spades, a lot of stuff that I'm doing pretty well against on the turn that I don't want to like let see a river, because when I call turn, if the river is anything, like I don't have good playability with 10 high flush draw and top 2, that's unless I river a jack or an 8, the board is going to be, I mean, my hand's not going to be good. Or like I'm not going to be comfortable facing a bet, or happy facing a bet, I should say. So I decided to jam. Like I said, I think this is probably solver approved, and in positions maybe even supposed to bet fold some 3-3. In positions supposed to do more raising and betting with like jack 5 to fold to this raise. But I think in practice, people are a little too polarized, and he jams with top sets and the gut shot. He made his gut shot, but I made my flush, and lucky me. So here, easy 3-bet, ace jack. We're deep again. I bet flop. He raises, clear call. Bets turn, clear call again. And river's where it gets really interesting. So he bets again. This is the hand he just asked me how I could call. So spoiler alert, I called. I mean, if you saw it, I was basically saying, well, jack is the best blocker I can have. The other, I mean, the ace of hearts is useful because he could possibly have nut hearts. It's a little thin, but no, I think he maybe doesn't do it. The aces are useful as well, because if he has, you know, if he has king jack, he's usually going to raise king jack with an ace. Actually, maybe not. We're this deep, he might just randomly raise it. But like jack 5 and jack 4, he's not going to hit the 4. Like he's not gonna have jack 4 as often. Jack 5, sure, he'll raise, but he might slow play that some. Usually ace jack is gonna be like the jack that he raises the most, but I definitely like king Queen Jack 9. He would probably play this way. So he's got plenty of value. I don't know. I thought the Jack blocker was too good. And he was bluffing with 5-4. This was an interesting one as well. So I 4-bet. How deep are we? Yeah, I think this is standard at this stack depth. We got 2x pot on the flop. I bet small. He raises. He's either drawing near dead or I'm drawing to a flush. So just call. I make my flush on the turn. He checks. I mean, these spots play really weird, but I have so much dry ace-ace that I think I probably just want to check my full range and figure it out on the river. He jams. I'm not, like, I mostly have a bluff catcher here. He might have king high flush, but I basically have a bluff catcher, but I think I need a bluff catch, and he did have the bluff. His play is not standard on the flop. You want to have like a single diamond or something. And you still do that. You do that kind of stuff very infrequently. Call 3-bet. He half pots, I call. He pots, I jam. This is pretty standard all around. He has top 2 and nut flush draw, and he wins with the king on the river. Standard all around. This one was from early on. All the 3-bet. This one, you know what? I'm going to look this up in Vision because I'm unsure. By the way, for a more in-depth strategy session, I did a private stream review for everybody who subscribes to my newsletter, which is still up and available for anybody who heads to. Hopefully, Moonlight Master can come and help with the link. All right, so Jack 10-3, 3-bet pot. We'll use Jack 10-4, close enough. He bets half pot. We have Queen, Queen, 10-8. Okay, I found the right play. So with, it doesn't really matter which, but basically raising 84% of the time, my actual combo is 61%, but it was a good raise. I mean, it raises small. I raise pot. You can, it's not a big deal either way. Yeah, I'm curious how many of these if you guys were watching both streams, how many I failed. Bill Perkins would have smoked these guys. He hasn't finished his challenge against me. I folded a 10 high flush. Jungle had nut hearts. That's good to know. Do I count rake back as part of the winnings? Asks Lucky Maggie. No, I mean I'm approximating my win there at 10K. So this one was also early. I 3-bet, pretty standard 3-bets. I decided to go for the check raise on the flop. Potting this flop is okay. I don't have a smaller sizing. Maybe I should have potted. And small bet turn, he raised. I just ripped it in with top 2. He also had top 2. Hit the queen on the river. Check call. We just chopped this one. The nuts against the nuts. Sorry, you're getting spoiled every time I bring a hand up. So I call a 4-bet here. I think got to call flop. And I think I was right to call turn. Which do we start with? Okay, so I can run this as well. Start at 100 big blind. Let's see. Board was 8-8-4, 4-bet pot. So we check. He bets small. We have queen, queen, jack, jack. So we're actually supposed to raise flop. That's interesting. I wonder if we had king, king, jack, jack, if that makes a difference. No, still raise flop. I guess he could bet call some worse hands, and I guess the pot's just so big that, oh well. But let's pretend we called, which I did, and then turn was a 3, and I mean, it's not going to be very clear what to do. So he jams. Yeah, we just call. So, I mean, I played it fine. My technically, you can see here that this hand calls 2% of the time. So it's similar in EV. So the call is acceptable. Dan C, good to see you. Yeah, session results are final. I won. I mean, yeah, rough estimate, but final. So, I mean, I know that I'm up 1K in my account, which means, or just like $900 in my account, which is 9,000, but then there's rake. So I should probably leave these tables so nobody sits with me. This hand, this is a weird one. So I 3-bet, I bet big, which is my only sizing, and I bet full range. And then he half pots turn. I think on the rainbow board I call. I'm going to get stacks on, definitely on a 6 and very often, and on a 10 pretty often. And I just, yeah, I think I have odds to call. Bricked and check folded. Check folded. You don't lead the 4 river with anything. Here jungle got me. So he 3-bet, bet flop, check, check, turn so far. Pretty standard. He small bet. I raised. Thought this was very credible. But he looks me up. He had very good blockers. Ace 10, queen 9. Nice hand him. This one was okay. I check call flop in a 3-bet pot. I check call turn, very standard. You could check raise this actually. Why don't I see? Why don't I check vision on that? So 8-6. 3-bet pot, rainbow, 8-6-4. I check. He bets. I have king, king, 6-4. I call. Turn was a queen of diamonds, which in this board is, let's call it the queen of spades. I actually do some leading. That's interesting. So which, I lead with a single spade, small. I would just forego all of that. He bets pretty big. So now I should occasionally raise. So I was right that it was close. I thought it was close, and I should be raising 40% of the time. So very close. But I decided just to call. And could check river if I think he's bluffing a lot. He also, I mean, like if he has 5-7, he might jam 1 check 2, but probably not sets. Maybe sets actually. They're kind of the same hand. But yeah, we'll just do one more here. Oh, I mean, I pop probe turn, very standard with a wrap, and then I pop river, and he probably had queen 8, or a5, but probably queen 8. All right. This board. How do you know he had ace 10 9 1 spade or something when you can have a set and totally different cards? I don't know which hand you're referring to, sorry, but I definitely never know what he has. Sometimes I just give examples of hands that, you know, may or may not play a certain way. So this one was a total cooler. I actually got pretty lucky in the big, I mean, I got very lucky in the big pots. I decided to raise flop in a 3-bet pot. He has bottom set on the flop, and he calls flop jams turn, very standard from him. And lucky for me. This one was more unlucky for me. I 4-bet ace king king 7 double. Jam the flop. He has a wrap. We are flipping. I have king king blocked. I think we're flipping. He turns me dead. This was pretty unlucky as well. So I call flop bet. This is iffy. I should look this up. Oh, we don't have this sizing actually. Anyways, I call flop bet. Turn, I decided to small bet because I kind of just thought he wouldn't do anything about it. And if he has like, if he was bluffing flop with like ace, queen, jack, 7, I want him to fold. And then I river the second nuts. He leads into me for 90%, 80% pot, 90% pot. I mean, I really believed him, but I have the second nuts, and he could have the same hand for value. And obviously, you can have some bluffs like, you know, king, queen, 10-10, or with hearts, yeah, or 9-9. But yeah, that. Haha, Dancy made a side bet. Nice. My pleasure. Always happy to help. Here, single raise pot, I bet. He raised, I called. Turn, he potted, I jammed with bottom set. Not thrilling, but I mean, I'm ahead of his range. And he had the flop bluff, turned an open ender and a flush draw. Probably had 35% equity here on the turn. Maybe a little more. But he did not hit. Here we call 3-bet. Call flop c-bet with queens, gut shot, second nut flush draw. He pots turn. This is close. I don't know about this. But I call. And river, I feel obligated to bluff, I guess. But it's kind of close, to be honest. I could have had the best hand. This one's questionable. We're deep. He bets flop. I feel like this hand might fold. But I decided to raise, blocking kings, blocking queens, blocking a 9, blocking 2 spades. He calls. I guess I'd rather have queen 9 of spades than the deuce because he doesn't have the deuce very often. Check. I just give up here. And he bets river and I fold. So I raise a limp. Bet flop he raises. That's interesting. Turn goes check, check. River, I decide to small bet. I'm going to have some like 7-9, some jack 10-9, some like 6-10-9. Stuff that needs to bluff. And then I'm going to have, you know, ace, queen, king, king, stuff that can small bet. So I think small bet is good. And I should probably not have a different sizing. This should be my only sizing. He pot raises. So my thought was he's going to have some 6-6, some like slow plays like queen 8, but he's usually going to bet those on the turn. I feel like 6-6 is the most likely flop value hand. But he will have some queen 8, some queen, queen. And I didn't want to like bet big and get raised. I mean, I shouldn't say that. I think by betting small, he can call me with like queen 9-7 and stuff like that. I mean, he might call a big bet with that, but he could hero call me with random stuff. And then he can do this with some bluffs, and he can also do it with 6-6. So I go for that. He has the bluff. This one, I made a random check on the flop in a 3-bet pot. Check call turn because, so like my hand really wants to bet turn, but once I bet the flop, once I check the flop, I'm kind of repping showdown value that is worse than an ace. So like I'm kind of repping hands like ace 7-5-5 or king king 10-9, king king 10-8, etc. So betting the turn, I feel like doesn't tell the same story well. So I'd rather induce bluffs, and I check. River queen is kind of uncomfortable because I think due to the story I was telling, he might bet queen 8 and queen deuce on the turn, but he's not going to bet just a queen. But I block an ace, I block a deuce. Is it possible he has ace king? Yeah, I think he might have pot river, but I call and he was bluffing. Anyway, that's a good review of the hands. I told my wife I'd be done at 2, and it is 2 our time. Jungle started a little late, played a little later than I expected. But I hope you all enjoyed. We will be back tomorrow, same time, 9:30 a.m. Pacific, for the same thing. Hopefully not. Well, I guess if it was the exact same thing, that'd be fine too. But I'd like to start a session not down 100K, and but do the second half where I win 100K. So that's the plan. I will see you then. Anything else to say? No, I don't have anything else to say. Hope you enjoyed it. Appreciate you being here and sweating the match and sending me your good luck wishes. And I will see you tomorrow. Take care.